Cozy fire. Nice and relaxation. Hey guys, Galaxy Star X here once again, bringing you replaying the story of Final Fantasy XIV Post-Heavensward, Part 3, and we will start Part 4. So, what happened last time? Well, last time we finally finished off Nidhogg, the wrathful dragon that once possessed Estinian, whom is now freed. We now saved Ishgard from all its troubles. So now it's time for me to, along with my friends, find rest of our friends from the Scions. Oh yeah, and also Nidhogg gave me a little souvenir from our battle. Eh? See that? Gave me a scar. Now then, let's start. New Game Plus, Part 4 of Heavensward. After 1,000 years of bloodshed and sorrow, the Shade of Nidhogg, Rage Incarnate, fell at last to the Warrior of Light. So it was that the Dragon Song War drew to a close, and the survivors, bloody but unbowed, could begin to pick up the pieces. A few day dawns in Ishgard, and her champions may rest easy, if only for a moment, for every ending marks a new beginning. Let's go. So, promises kept. I guess I have to go outside. Yep. Master Platinum, you are come at the most excellent time. An invitation from a truly preeminent personage was delivered to the manor but a short while ago. Would that you had been present to receive it, but in any event. Sir Emeric de Bordel, Lord Speaker of the House of Lords, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and Viscount of House Borel, cordially invites Master Platinum to dine with him at his estate. You seem surprised. The messenger assured me that his lord has broached the subject with you at an earlier date, when the arrangements for the peace conference were still being finalized. Of course, the intervening moons afforded little opportunity for leisure, but with the happy advent of peace, 'tis plain the Lord Commander sees no further cause to delay. What say you? Yeah, sure. I should be glad to accept. Indeed. Who would not? You will forgive me if I seem envious. I shall send word to your acceptance to Borel Manor at once. When you're ready, pray report to Astrologicum. They will have someone escort you the rest of the way. Wow, having dinner with Emeric. I guess I must switch up my suit. Let's see, here. Just for the occasion. Hiding that weapons. Ah. Pretty nice, huh? Flex. Now we're ready for dinner. Or is it supper? I don't remember which one is the what you eat during the evening.
Hello. Greetings and well met, Master Platinum. I have the honor and the privilege to serve as head steward of House Borel. Though admittedly our staff is somewhat smaller than those of other noble families, being countable on the one hand. My lord will be overjoyed to hear that you have accepted his invitation. As you will soon see, we have spared no expense. I dare say a man of action such as yourself enjoys near a moment's respite. Aye, the battlefield beckons even now, I am sure. But for this day, we bid you lay down your burdens and raise a glass to peace and prosperity. Yeah, I haven't relaxed almost at all. This will be nice. Nice steak. I love it.
To think the Moogles would prove such harsh taskmasters. Forgive me. I did not know you had suffered so in your quest for the horn.
Yeah, he was kind of an annoyance.
I must say, your spirited accounts always come as a welcome change from the arid reports which fill my days.
Wine, sir? No thanks, I don't drink.
Though I have lived in these lands my entire life, to hear you speak of them, there is much and more I have yet to see. Truly, yours was a marvelous journey.
Yeah, but I didn't do it alone. What should I pick? Well, why not join me on the next?
Well, truth be told, when I think back on the sweeping vistas of the churning mists, I do feel some slight pangs of wanderlust.
Oh, look at that face he did. He's so happy.
Alas, much as I would like to accept your invitation, I fear my present duties with the House of Lords demand my undivided attention. Someday, perhaps.
I will hold on to you on that.
By your deeds, you have helped us to lay the foundation for lasting reform. The formation of the Republic is but the beginning, for it is not only our system of governance which must needs change. We, the people, must learn to let go of our hatreds and rise above our bloody past. I only pray that I live long enough to see us achieve some measure of success, that I might know the lost did not die in vain. I can still see you there on the steps of faith, striding fearlessly towards the worm. If you could do that, who are we to balk at the challenges ahead? The question of how best to strengthen ties with the other great nations of Eorzea has been debated at length in the Lords and Commons of late. As you may imagine, maintaining stability during this period of historic upheaval is our paramount concern. Nevertheless, we are greatly indebted to the Alliance for their support during the Grand Melee, and it would be remiss of us not to repay their faith in kind. Of course, we owe you the greatest debt of all, and it is my hope that in extending our support to you and the Scions, we might also express our gratitude to our neighbors, nay, our fellow Eorzeans, whom we pray you will continue to protect. The Lords and Commons agree on very little, but not a soul in either house begrudges your order this offer of patronage. For all you have done and will do, we thank you.
You're very welcome. Cheers.
May I ask a personal question? Now that the dust has settled, what will you do? Not as a scion, I mean, but what do you want for yourself?
Me? Huh.
Lord Commander, pray forgive the interruption.
News from House Fulton?
An urgent message for the Warrior of Light. I was instructed to deliver it without delay.
What is it?
Master Thancred returned to the manor a short time ago, bearing an injured maiden. Master Leveilleur and Mistress Tataru are tending to her wounds, but they like not her chances. Respectfully, my lord, they have requested the Warrior of Light's immediate presence.
You must go to them, my friend, and I shall go with you.
Right.
For every ending marks a new beginning. From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn, as did he. Only to be drawn unto another battlefield, another cause, as if by fate.
So, who is this maiden that they keep talking about? Hmm? Hey, is it Alice?
Is that...
Alize, Alphinaud's twin sister.
Yep, I knew I recognized her.
She ran afoul of the Warriors of Darkness.
Really? Last time I saw her, we fought against Bahamut and she took her on her own.
I had been tracking them since the ceremony at Falcon's Nest. Little did I know I was not the only one. Evidently, she had learned of their activities and attempted to shadow them on her own. Poorly.
I mean, with that outfit, I guess.
I rescued her in the XIVsward, and together we fled north. But though I made every effort to cover our tracks, they caught up with us on the Ishgardian border. And in the ensuing struggle, Elise took an arrow to the shoulder.
Ouch.
It was only after we had made good our escape that I realized it was poisoned.
Ooh.
Thank you for coming so quickly. And you, Sir Emmerich.
Think nothing of it. How is she?
We have done all we can for now. Although the immediate danger has passed, the poison yet lingers in her blood.
Can we do anything? Antidote, perhaps?
We came to Eorzea together, hoping to bring salvation to the realm our grandfather gave his life to protect. But when confronted with the bitter realities of its politics and its petty powermongers, she was driven to anger and to doubt.
Yeah, I remember. She was very pouty.
She refused to become embroiled in what she termed Eorzea's squabbles and distance herself from the Scions. Though she remained hopeful of a brighter future, she would walk her own path. Would that it had not been so perilous. For all our differences, she is as dedicated as any Scion to the salvation of Eorzea. But more than that, she is my sister. To be reunited with her, only to lose her forever. Gods, even to speak the words.
Take heart, Master Alphino. She will be attended by our most skilled chirurgeons. Bear Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary at once. Apprise Captain Whitecape of the situation, and inform him that she is to be treated as my personal charge.
Alphino, is the Warrior of Light... is he with you? Don't go, there is something I must say.
Hey, Alize. It's been a while.
The Warriors of Darkness are in league with the Ascians. Slaughtering the Primals is but the first step in their plan.
What?
They make for Zelvatol to bring about Garuda's summoning, and to kill her. You must stop them.
Right.
I shall inform the others at once.
You do that.
Master Thancred, I would ask that you accompany Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary. Your knowledge of her injuries may well prove useful in determining her treatment.
Of course.
Surely they won't let her... Yes, I must know. We must trust in Captain Whitecape and his chirurgeons. Did they not bring Estinian back from the very brink of death? I am uncomfortably reminded of how he mocked me for praying at his bedside for days on end. What say you, my friend? Shall we turn our attention to a matter whose conclusion we yet have the power to influence? Right.
Back to our battle gear. Oh. Never mind. Must do it outside. So the Warriors of Darkness and the Asians are conspiring to bring about Garuda's summoning, that they might put her to the sword. Then when we first encountered them in Lotha's Gnath, when they were confronting Ravana, gods, has this been their aim all along?
What do you intend to do, Master Alphino?
There is much and more I do not understand, but I know this: our primal summoning cannot be ignored. Alisaie risked her life to uncover this plot, and we squander her gift at our peril. Leo, will you accompany me to Zelphatol and help me stop the Ixal's ritual? You can count on me. Given that Ishgard shares a border with the Ixali homeland, we have vested interest in the outcome of this ritual. We have been willing to suffer the Beastmen's intrusions into Corthan lands to a point, but the summoning of our primal is an escalation we cannot abide. You shall have our fastest airship, Master Alphino. The mountains of Zelphatol are not easily traversed, and this endeavor demands all haste. The Chesters are most appreciated, Sir Emmerich, but I fear an aerial approach is destined to fail. This is their homeland, after all, and Ixali... what does that say? Dirigibles are not to be underestimated. No, experience tells me the only conveyable approach is by land. I believe it would be wiser to cross into Zelphatol by way into the mountain pass east of Camp Dragonhead.
In that case, I shall send instructions to a contingent of the camp's knights to be placed at your disposal. They will secure your safe passage through the mountains, and escort you here thence to Zelphatol. Though my men are unqualified to comfort a primal, they are more than capable of contending with the Ixal.
We should be glad of their assistance, Lord Edmund. In the event Mistress Alisaie regains consciousness, we will share with you any additional information she may provide. May the Fury watch over you and keep you safe. Right. Then let's be off. We can procure any additional supplies we require in Camp Dragonhead.
I shall send word to the acting commander at Camp Dragonhead of your imminent arrival. Who knows? This may even spur me a permanent replacement. I have put off the task for far too long.
Alright, to Camp Dragonhead. There. There. Now to switch up my gear. What do you mean you cannot? Alright, quick timeout. Now can I, please? Thank you. Was it... this one? Haha. And now let us go to Camp Dragonhead. Or we can just not spend our money and go by foot. at least to the gate, and then fly to it. Haha. Go in style. No time for fates. There's no time. We must go now. Now. There you are. Have you everything you require then? Excellent. The entrance to pass is north of Thanalan and due east of Camp Dragonhead. Though it's normally guarded by a score of XIV warriors, I've been informed that House Photon Knights have already dispatched them. The enemy's gate lies open. You need but walk through. Okay. What do we get now? Huh. My Valentine chair. We have everything in hand here, sir. No need to worry. And may I say what an honor it is to work with you, sir. Beyond this gate lies the trail which will lead us into Zelfatol. According to my map, it looks to be a relatively straightforward route, albeit one through exceedingly dangerous territory. Master Platinum, Master Alphino, as you can see, the gate is ours. Be advised that our scouts are reporting increased activity around the first mountain. Simply put, they're up to something, and don't want anyone interfering. We stand ready to escort you to Zelfatol, and aid you as you see fit. Given the numbers you are like to encounter, a two-prolonged approach may be best. While the knights and I feign a larger attack to draw the exile's attention, I suggest you and yours attempt to slip past their defenses and locate the site of the summoning ritual. If the gods are good, you should only have to deal with some few patrols, but if there are not, you may be forced to battle with the warriors of darkness. Right. But first, as usual, undersized party. Check. Now, forced to flee the black shroud of fear of the elementals and their boundless wrath, the exiles settled the windswept mountains of Zelfatol more than 550 years ago. Since that day, they have labored tirelessly to eke out an existence in these harsh and unforgiving lands, slowly but surely expanding their dominion over the entire region. Yet the exile have never forgotten that which was once denied them, and so they seek divine intervention once more, to summon Garuda and beseech her strike down their enemies. In the shadow of the first mountain, the ritual nears completion, and only you and your comrades can hope to deliver the realm from destruction. Comrades, bleh. We're going now solo, baby. Because this is a little bit faster. And I don't want that same thing happening as my Alexander stream, because oh boy, those queue times was very long. Now, Fists of Fire, and then Chakra. Whoa, careful. Somebody could get hurt. Been a while since last time I went through this dungeon. So as would someone say, like the meme, I have no recollection of this place. Oof. Well, thank you for the ones who keep dropping those rocks. These readjustments for the monk, what they will be adding for the Endwalker, looks very interesting. And they seem to be taking away some of these moves away, or readjusting them to be used by other means. Alright, just hold there. Hold. Ah. Didn't do too much damage. Who's our first boss? Look at him. He's flying with a balloon. How he's able to steer and control it, I don't know. There we go. Oh, nice. Got some boots. And to my class as well. Greetings, Exiles. I've come to make a raid. Pretty impressive work from Exiles. Hadouken. Hey, don't squawk at me. That's very rude. Oh, key. Thank you. More prisms. Sweet. Imposing gate. Looks like something I could easily punch, but games can never go against game's rules. Unless you're cheating, in which case don't. You don't never cheat in this game. Hey, could you drop the gate, please? I mean, drop the bridge, pretty please. Lay down, will you? Who's next? A very big Ixol with a very big fan. Whoa! That's some nice wind. Woocha! Casting hat. Huh. Unfortunately, it won't work for me because Hrothgars apparently can wear hats. Woohoo! Woohoo! That's right, run away. More treasures. Airstone. There it is. Thank you. In here. Now we fly. Or use a railway. Hey, come back. Well. Bonk. Come on. Come on already. Sorry, friend, but Garuda won't be saving you now. Okay, who's the last one? Oh, that's a big Ixal. Tozo Huatoto. That's spicy. Get back here. There. No Garuda summoning today. Yeah. Now just raise up 2 of your middle fingers and perfect. Casting coat. Ooh. No striking.
Thank the gods! What happened?
Took down one of the biggest Ixals I ever seen.
So they were unable to see the ritual to its completion. Then Garuda is no longer a threat, and whatever the Asians and the Warriors of Darkness were planning has come to naught.
Yep.
But we should not tarry. The knights have secured our path to safety.
Nice.
Well, well. What do we have here? You'd better not have killed the Primal without us.
Hey. Warriors of Darkness. And seems they have a new friend.
You!
Wait, I know you. Still walking, I see. I could have sworn my aim was true.
Just what is your game? Leading us a long way so these fools could step in and claim our prize?
No. Let's not make hasty accusations. By the look of things, the ritual was proceeding as planned. We arrived at the appointed hour. 'Twas they who erred.
It is hopeless. We cannot face them all.
You bet?
Do mine ears deceive? A boy! So that's the way of it. Twins! You had me worried for a moment there. Know that I will happily make it quicker for you, if you just stand still.
Enough, Jarumul. We wouldn't want to upset the man in white with any unnecessary bloodshed now, would we? You've been awfully busy since we were kind enough to spare your lives.
While you were idly consorting with the Ascians, you mean? 7 hells! What could you possibly hope to achieve?
Should I explain it to you? Very well. Consider it a reward of sorts for beating us here. You know the tale of Hydaelyn and Zodiac, I take it? Of the Great Sundering and the reflections it created?
Across 10 and 3 they were divided. Reflections of the source, each possessed of shards of light and dark.
Just so. One of those reflections, the one nearest to the source, is our home. And we were the heroes blessed with her light.
Huh?
But not all worlds hold light and dark in equal measure. In ours, the power of light was greater by far. So the Ascians, who once threatened our home, were no match. And they fell before us, one after another, till none were left. Victory, we thought. And then came the light. A flood of pure, blinding radiance, annihilating shadow and color and life itself. Ere long, it will consume our world, leaving naught in its wake but blank perfection.
That cannot be. Do you honestly expect us to believe such a story?
Yeah, how can light be so... evil?
Believe what you like. But it has happened before, on a world far removed from ours. The 13th, which was swallowed by the dark and transformed into what you call the Void.
Right, that kid we helped with the Warring Triads said that he was from there.
Unchallenged light would condemn us to a similar fate. And so we joined hands with our former enemies, and with their aid came here, to the source. For there is but one way to restore the balance and save our home. The Ardor. Calamitous destruction with the power to break down the barriers between planes and see our worlds rejoined.
You would doom our world to save your own? What would even become of us? Of you?
Yeah, do you not thought about that?
Enough. I tire of talking. You know our cause. You know what is at stake. We are prepared to do whatever it takes. Are you?
If there is aught you would say, say it. Otherwise, begone. You have no friends here.
So that's their mission. Create a calamity to save their own home. The first. All things considered, we should be grateful to have survived that encounter. Do you think it could be true? That to save their world, they must bring ruin to ours? No, it matters not. Such wanton destruction is beyond justification. Whatever their reasons, they must be stopped. The sacrifice, the loss, it ends here. Forgive me. This is neither the time nor the place for idle introspection. The Knights can apprise Lord Edmund of our success, and we the Lord Commander. More importantly, I should like to see if my sister's condition has improved. You may take a moment for yourself if you wish. I'll be at the congregation. Well, back to Ishgard. To the Foundation. There you are. Ah, there you are. Shall I make our report? Hey, Emmerich. It brings me joy to see you safely return to us, Leo. What news from Zelvatol? Then we were not too late. On behalf of Ishgard, I offer you my deepest thanks. As for we who remained behind, Mistress Y'shtola has been tending to Mistress Alize in your absence, and I am pleased to report that she has regained consciousness. I imagine you have many questions, especially given your recent encounter with the Warriors of Darkness. I know I do. Come, let me show you to her room. Do not worry, her condition is much improved. She is a resilient one, much like her brother. Yeah. Both are very strong.
Alize, how are you feeling?
Well enough, brother. Thanks to the kindness of our hosts. When they told me you had departed for Zelfatol, I found that I could rest. The outcome seemed a mere formality, as did your safe return. Thank you, my friend.
You're welcome.
I take it your mission was a success?
Yes.
As if we needed any further confirmation that they are in league with the Ascians. But to save another world? I think not.
I too thought his story fanciful at first. But it is possible there may be a kernel of truth in all of this. At the very least, none of his claims contradict the word's account.
You were following these people, Alize. Why?
During my travels, I had oft enjoyed tales of the Scions and their exploits. But after a time, I began to hear whispers of a gifted and theretofore unknown band of adventurers. Adventurers who had supposedly sworn to travel the realm slaying primals in the Scion's stead.
The Warriors of Darkness. And in the course of investigating these rumors, you stumbled upon the Ascians' involvement.
Yes, exactly.
Forgive me, but if these warriors of darkness mean to bring about another calamity, to what end do they hunt primals?
To prompt an escalation. To deepen the beast tribe's feelings of helplessness and despair, and thereby drive them to summon ever more powerful gods. And lest we forget, these events do not occur in isolation. With their patron deities being slain left and right, the news of man's victory over Nidhogg must surely have sown panic in the minds of the beastmen. 'Tis no wonder they wish to defend themselves.
I mean, it could not be helped. It was either Nidhogg or the whole of Ishgard. And maybe after that the whole world.
Power answered with greater power. Death with more death. A vicious cycle fueled by fear and hatred. I know it's like all too well.
Indeed. The Ascians sow discord and desperation, and the warriors of darkness reap the harvest. And so it continues. Yet that is not the extent of their ambitions. The Ascian himself observed that once the powerless realize that the old gods have failed them, they will have little recourse but to look to a new one.
You mean a more powerful primal? Something
We
completely
cannot
new.
let that happen.
Yep.
It should come as no surprise, but Alizé and I have uncovered evidence that the Ascians have been manipulating certain parties to ensure that a constant stream of crystals flows into the hands of the beast tribes. If we sever these supply lines, we should at least be able to slow the escalation.
Agreed. Kral and I shall journey to Zelphatol and learn what we can of the Ixal's source.
Then I, for my part, pledge to lead a similar investigation into the origin of the Nath supply.
Sir Emmerich?
As a member of the Eorzean Alliance, Ishgard is honor-bound to play an active role in maintaining the security of the realm. You might also say that I have some personal motivation, given the Ascians' dealings with my father. However, I make no secret of the fact that my knowledge of primal beings is scant at best. As such, I should be most grateful if one of your order were to assist me.
Allow me, Sir Emmerich. I have dealt with the Nath before.
Let us consult with Orianja then. Given his dedication to the study of primal beings, I should be surprised if he could not tell us something of value.
Yeah, I haven't seen Orianja in a long time.
Allow me to accompany you, brother. And before you think to refuse, know that I am not the girl I once was. I shall not be a burden. You have my word.
But Alizé, you... You are more than welcome. After all, it was you who set us upon this path.
Wait a minute. I'm afraid I can't allow you to leave just yet. Not until you try on the new outfit I prepared for you.
It's time for a makeup girl. I mean makeover. God damn it, I butchered that. To think that the three of us plumbed the depths and the coils and confronted Bahamut himself. Had I not been there, I would struggle to believe it. Shortly after we parted ways, I heard that she had taken to the road on her own, apparently on a journey of self-discovery, precisely whereto I never learned, though I suspect that was by design. So she enjoyed hearing tales of our exploits, did she?
My apologies for keeping you waiting. Hey, looking good. Right then, shall we be off? Tataru never ceases to impress, though for a moment I fear she might furnish you with an identical outfit. Praise the 12 she did not. Mother and father were rather too fond of making us wear matching clothes. Do you remember that time at the stadium where that girl of yours crept up behind me and hauled and whispered, "Sister, please! She was not my... Can we not have this conversation in front of the Warrior of Light?" So be it. Another time, perhaps. To be honest, Leo, I wasn't planning on seeking you out just yet. When I set forth on my journey, I did so with grand ambitions. As you may recall, I promised I would not disappoint you. I pray you will forgive me if I do. Well, welcome to the fight. New garments aside, I must say that you seem different, more resolute than we met. You have the look of a woman who is ready to fight for the future of Eorzea. Not the extent of my abilities, perhaps, but I have no delusions of grandeur, nor will I pretend to have found myself or any such thing. I'm here today because I would regret it if I weren't. That is all. Fair enough. Let us depart for the Waking Sands then, and see if Urianger can be of assistance. Back to the Waking Sands. Another thing that's been a while. Go to the horizon. From the cold winterlands of Korthas to the warm sands of Thanalan. And not what a better way to go through Thanalan than with my polar bear. Wait. Can't wait to see what the Halloween event prizes will be for this year. Urianger, apologies for calling upon you unannounced. Why, Master Alphino, would that the scholar had seen fit to grant me knowledge of thy coming. What bringeth thee and thine here this day? The warriors of darkness have returned. Pray allow us to explain. I too have heard tales in recent days of a primal being rising up only to be cast down by forces unknown. Alas, as thou didst observe, this serveth but to spur the beast tribes to pursue their goals with redoubled fervor. We have two objectives at this time: to identify and remove the source of the beast tribes' crystals, and to take direct action to prevent any further summoning rituals from reaching completion. The second is easier said than done, of course. While we were fortunate enough to learn the Exalt's plan before they came to fruition, I should be surprised if the Warriors of Darkness and the Ascians did not have similar designs elsewhere of which we have no knowledge. Thou wert wise to come hither, for this very day did I receive tidings most troubling from across the Strait of Melthor. Ogomoro stirreth, and there are whispers that the Lord of Cracks neareth his return. Mere rumours, mark thou, but in light of thine own discoveries, thou canst ill afford to turn a deaf ear to their claims. Aye, we must ascertain the truth of the matter, of course, of ourselves. Let us consult with the Maelstrom forces stationed at Camp Overlook, Leo. Thank you for your counsel, Urianger. Pray inform us should you learn aught else. I shall. If I may, brother. Urianger, is there anything else you would like to say? Alize? If not, then never mind. I only ask because you are normally rather more verbose. Nothing to add? Very well. Ere we depart, I wish to make a request. The Warriors of Darkness spoke of how the Order have the power to break down the barriers between planes, that our worlds might be rejoined. I would ask that you research this for us. Being nowhere near as well read as you, I'm sure I wouldn't know where to begin. That said, I have heard tell of a promising tome, the Garoon Oracles. Maybe you could start there. By thy leave. Camp Overlook, was it? Very well. Odd. We shall speak anon, Leo. I pray thee attend Master Alphino and Mistress Alize. Well, see you soon. Now to La Nausea. Camp Overlook. That had better be the sulfur. Come, let's speak with Commander Luidin and see if there's any truth to these rumors concerning Titan's return.
Seven hells! At this rate I'll have to appeal to Maelstrom Command for reinforcements. Whatever it is, we don't want any. Well, friends, see that! Just when my kobold problems look like coming to a head, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn turn up, itching to pitch in. Bloody brilliant timing is what it is. Right then, let's get to it. So our friendly neighbors in Gamaro have got much more aggressive of late, just as you said. Matter of fact, our scouts spotted one sniffing about the stores just now, likely looking to make off with an armful of crystals. I'll be damned if I'm about to let that happen. Lend a hand and help us search the camp for a little bugger, would you?
You spoken with the commander, then? Our Maelstrom friends seem notably more agitated than when first we arrived. Do you happen to know why that might be? A kobold in the camp, you say? That will appear to be corroborate to Uriange's information. Yes. But to be so reckless as to infiltrate a maelstrom camp and draw attention to their efforts is passing strange. Well, there will be time to think of this later. For the present, we must do everything in our power to prevent Titan summoning, and that means finding and questioning this kobold. Where is he? Surely all this commotion cannot have escaped the kobold's notice. If he has any sense, he will attempt to quit this place. Will he not? Huh? I see something. Very little. Could have been a child. There you are. Stay back! Away! Far back! I'm not a... It's no use. Pointless. Hopeless. No use! Hey, come back. Where'd he go now? Aha, here you are. Don't worry, I'm not eating you. But please, don't hurt me. I only wish to talk. Yes, just talk. Yeah. Well, given my appearance, I guess it's very possible that he's very scared. It is the possibility to be scared of me. This was a stupid plan. Stupid. But if I'll tell no one, then everyone will. Yeah, found me again. What to do? I come in peace, only to talk, speak, say, talk. So please don't hurt me. So this is our wily kobold infiltrator, is it? No wonder the soldiers were on edge. He could very well give one a bruised knee.
Huzzah! We got him! Fine work, Scions! So, little one, thought you could sneak into my camp, did you? Plotting to steal my crystals, were you?
No! I came to talk, to ask for help. But when your soldiers saw me, they drew their weapons and shouted, and I... Now, let us all take a deep breath and discuss this like civilized individuals. What's your name, child? Pigman Gaboo of the 620th Order. At least,
I will be a pigman one day.
Well met, Gaboo. I'm Alphino, and this is my sister Alize. Leo, the man who found you is our friend. And now that you know our names, we can be friends too. Now, Commander Bloydin here thinks you wanted to take his crystals, Gaboo. But you say you came to ask for help. Why to us and not to your own people? What happened, Gaboo? Can you tell us? No one's gonna hurt you, alright? Not while we're here, I promise. The Patriarch, the Patriarch is going to summon the Great Father again, and you have to stop him! Beat him! Fight him! Stop him! Gaboo's parents said they didn't want it, along with many others, but the Patriarch wouldn't listen. He was so angry, raging, fuming, angry! He said that if they didn't have the iron in their hearts, they would serve as coke for the furnace. And then, the guards took my parents and the others away, and I haven't seen any of them since. Coke for the furnace? I do not want to believe it, but I've heard tales of phosphy fashioned from the bones of beastmen, which worshippers used in their rituals, hoping to summon more powerful incarnations of their gods. By the 12, that is sickening! No one listens to Gaboo, no matter how much he cries, pleads, begs, cries. They do not listen, only talk about punishing the Overdwellers and praising the Great Father. Gaboo loves the Great Father, but he loves his parents too. So please, help Gaboo stop the Patriarch and save his parents. Commander, advise Maelstrom Command that Titan summoning is imminent. Should the worst come to worst, we will require their support. Time being of the essence, we three will attempt to infiltrate the Kobold stronghold, secure their crystals, and free the prisoners. Well, if you're sure, you'll forgive me if I don't seem optimistic. We'll make ready just in case. Do you know that there are collectors who will pay a fortune for Beastmen ritual artifacts? It is perverse. I tried talking to the others, but they would listen. So even though I was afraid, I came here. You're very brave of that, Gaboo. I have faith that we may yet stop the ritual. We would surely have detected the associated etheric disturbance had Titan manifested already. But I cannot speak for the prisoners. 12 have mercy, that they would even contemplate sacrificing their own flesh and blood, brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers. Time is of the essence. We must see what else Gaboo knows and formulate a plan without further delay. I heard Great Father Titan loves crystals, cherishes, covets, loves them, and if we gather enough, he will return. That's why the Patriarch told everyone to go forth and gather them. So I was thinking, if we take all the crystals away, maybe the Great Father won't come? Very good, Gaboo. I was just thinking the same thing. Do you know where these crystals are stored? I know. Oh, several spots, each defended by a different order. Gaboo wanted to steal them, but he was too afraid to go alone. Yes, too afraid to go alone. But together we can take them away and hide them. Come, Gaboo will lead you to the first cache. Powering up. Let's get the crystals. Let's collect the crystals away from them. That hardly seems fair. Then again, they only have themselves to blame. Pray see to the crystals. Alizea and I will stand guard for any errand patrols. Quickly, quickly! Here we go. Do you have them all? Good. Lead on, Gabu. This way, this way! Don't mind me just going through. What are you waiting for? We stand lookout. You take the crystals. If they find us, they'll protect me. You'll protect me, won't you? If I didn't know any better, I would say this crate was... Time is short. If you have the crystals, we should move to the next cache. Did you hear me, brother? Brother? Aye aye, it's just that... I'm quite certain that that crate once bore Ishgardian seals. Someone took great pains to remove all traces, but enough remains to make out the pattern. See for yourself. I struggle to imagine kobolds traveling to Korthas to obtain crystals, much less bothering to conceal their origins. I suspect these crystals were smuggled into Vilbrand by another party, most likely a pawn of the Asians, as Stangrid speculated. I don't understand. Who are the Asians? Do they worship the Great Father Titan too? Never you mind about Never you mind about that. As Alice said, we do not have a lot of time. Can you lead us to the next cache, Gabu? Yes, of course. Gabu knows the way. This next one is the last and is very large. Very big, very huge, very large. The largest, eh? Hey. Oh, getting stuck. We should pack up the crystals and leave, now. The kobolds could stumble upon our handiwork at any moment. But they were here! Heaps and heaps and heaps of crystals! Gabu said the cache would be here, but unless it is remarkably well hidden. I guess they may have taken them inside. Though you cast about for a time, you see no sign of the crystals. Confound it. What about you, Leo? Any luck? Nope. Nothing. But this cannot be. Gabu saw them. Spotted, saw. Think, brother, think. They must have moved them, yes? The question is, where to, and why? Within Okomoro, where they summoned Titan once before and mean to do so again. It is the only explanation. What about Mother and Father and the others? We have to help them. And we will, Gabu. We will. Stay calm. We will have time. We still have time. They have yet to call for the remaining crates, yes? If they had, then they would have found the other caches empty and sounded the alarm. Nevertheless, I believe the time for stealth has passed. We must breach the navel and seize the remaining crystals. There is no other way to prevent that Titan summoning. But first, give me your crystals, that I might deliver them into Commander Bluidin's custody. We dare not take them into the bowels of the mountain. Dang it already. Slipping in my reading. Alphino is right. It would be folly to deliver the kobolds the very thing we sought to deny them. Yep. Mother, Father, we're coming. The crystals, Leo, if you will be so kind. A large quantity of crystals intended for Titan summoning. Here you go. Thank you. I shall deliver them to Camp Overlook for safekeeping, and brief Commander Bluidin on the situation. Pray go on ahead. As I recall, there is an aetheryte within the Ogamaro mines that should deliver you to the navel. Gabu doubtless knows the way. Wait for me there. I shall rejoin you anon. Strange. I would think of the action, but if this is what you would prefer, then Godspeed, brother. This way! This way! Excuse me, coming through. Ah, dang it. Locked from the other side. Here we are. I hope the patriarch and my parents are there. Ah, I take it this is the aetheryte we seek? Right then. As soon as Alphino arrives, we go. I trust you're feeling suitably heroic, Leo. There's no telling what sort of resistance we'll face in there.
Quickly, you clod! Brisky, swiftly, quickly! I will not suffer any further delays!
Sup? Lay down your arms and surrender. We have your crystals. There will be no summoning this day.
Overdwellers? Here? But how did you...
Where are my parents, Patriarch? Where are they? Oh no. Mother? Father? Coke for the furnace? You monster! How could you?
We are but servants of the Lord of Crags. We are his, that he may drink for our blood and partake for our flesh, that he might draw upon the strength of his children and defend them from the tyranny of the Overdwellers.
No, Alisaie, not yet. I understand, Patriarch. I do. Your fear, your anger, your hate. You would do anything to protect your people, anything to deliver them from despair, whatever it takes to ensure that those who threaten you can never do so again. But in your single-minded pursuit of this objective, you have brought suffering on your own kith and kin. You have sacrificed the lives of the very people you sought to protect. But it need not be this way, Patriarch. Renounce this bloody course. Cease your attempts to summon your god, and work with us, together, to build a lasting peace.
Another peace to be abandoned at the Overdwellers' convenience. Oathbreakers, all of you! Liars, betrayers, oathbreakers! You take, and you take, and you take, and when you have your fill, you sue for peace. You promise that this time is the last, until you grow hungry again. And we dare to defend ourselves. You declare that this beast tribe cannot be suffered to live, that our god drains the land of ether and brings naught but suffering, death, destruction, suffering upon us all. I will hear no more lies from you and yours, Overdweller. You have ruined your own lands. You will not ruin ours.
I said I'd come for you, and I did. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Say something, please. Please. Please! What? Wake up! 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 Seven Hells. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Alphino! Leave it to him! We must away! He's breathing, and I don't see any injuries, but I can't seem to wake him. By the 12, how could I be so foolish? I should have known better than to let Gabu accompany us, given what we were like to find. His anguish and despair have served to birth a primal, just as surely as would the supplications of the faithful. Worse, being born of such tumultuous emotion, this incarnation of Titan seems incapable of naught but violence. If we have one cause of optimism, it is that while many crystals were present, they were represented by a fraction of the quantity intended for the summoning ritual, meaning that Titan must be far weaker than planned. Be that as it may, he is yet a primal, and the longer we have him to bleed the land of Ether, the stronger he will grow. And should Titan be permitted to leave Okomoro, more lives will be lost. The Maelstrom will rally their troops, and the cycle will continue. Leo, you know what must be done. Will you face the Lord of Crags once more? Thank you, my friend. Alice and I will tend to Gabu. When you have finished with the primal, look for us in Camp Overlook. We will be expecting you. Okay. And before that, hear this. The Navel. From deep within their minds, the kobolds have watched and waited for another opportunity to summon their great father and wreak havoc on Limsa Lominsa. With the destruction of the Ultima weapon, the final obstacle to their plans was removed, allowing the beastmen to summon their god without fear of imperial reprisal. Once more, it falls to you to ensure that the Lord of Crags never sees the light of day. Tying down. Oh. A stone staff. Now, let's get out of here. Aw. Will let me go through that? Okay, deed is done. You're back. Gods, what a relief. Silent. Ah, there he is. Did I not tell you he will return safe and sound? The deed is done then. Tidings no more? Mm-hmm. Good. There has been enough tragedy this day. He has been like that since he regained consciousness. We believe he can hear us, but he has made no attempt to respond. He is almost certainly still in shock, but we cannot discount the possibility that he succumbed to the primal's influence. Should that prove to be the case, he must be put to death, like any other thrall. Such is the Alliance's policy, yes? You have the right of it. But we must not rush to conclusions. After all, we once feared that Yzali's followers were beyond reason, and many have since laid down their arms and accepted Ishgard's peace. We can't but watch, wait, and pray. It's pretty sad to see like a person that's able to exist but won't respond to anything. I know what happened. God help me, I was there. But I thought that we might have to... Seven hells, he's just a child. There's not to be gained from dwelling on an eventuality over which we have no control. Much less one which may never come to pass. Let us tend to more immediate matters, informing Commander Bloidin of Titan's demise, for example. You may be certain that he will be glad of the news. Would you be so kind as to break it to him? Sure.
Ah, you're a sight for sore eyes. When the others came back without you, I feared the worst. But they say you had matters well in hand. Well, so then, is it? I'm glad to hear it. But not half as glad as my men will be, believe you me. Regardless of whether or not he was summoned properly, a primal's a primal, and there ain't a soul in the maelstrom that hasn't lost a friend to one. Don't get me wrong, like, we were all prepared to do our part, but we weren't so naive as to think we'd live to tell the tale. Thankfully, of course, it didn't come to that, which, my friend, sounds to me like a cause for celebration. Now, I know you lot have places to be, but why not stay the night? We'll be honored to raise a glass to the triumphant return of Titan's Bane.
Who goes there?
Don't worry, it's just me.
Oh, it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas. It's so quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences, yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. But when Grandfather revealed the whole truth of the calamity to us, I finally understood. And I resolved there and then to continue his legacy in my own way. My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled Grandfather's words to my father, years ago, before he left Charlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing.
Wise words.
We have to try, do we not?
Yes. With all of our hearts.
Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the warriors of darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger, of you. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
Well, where should I start? Well, I traveled far and wide with two companions, Estinian and Isael, who were very, shall we say, difficult.
Gods! They must have been at each other's throats from dawn till dusk.
Right.
I dare say you managed to keep the peace, though. Merely being in the presence of the Warrior of Light is surely enough to shame anyone into behaving. The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on. for the sake of those we hold dear.
Yeah.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this. Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
What did the man in white have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say. It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scions' thoughts, and thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardour belongeth not unto the Ascians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
Very well. Draw him out. We'll make it quick.
It shall be done. What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands? Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness. Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
I knew that he looked familiar and sounds familiar. It's Urianger. now working with the Warriors of Darkness. But why? What ho, Leo. I trust you had a good night's rest. I was but this moment speaking with Thangred and Y'shtola via Link Pearl. They had some interesting news to share. Apparently, during the course of their respective investigations, both came across crates which had once borne Ishgardian seals. It would seem that someone in the capital has been very busy indeed. Accordingly, the Temple Knights have launched a full-scale investigation, so Emmerich believes that it's only a matter of time before the culprits are found, but we shall have to wait and see. In the meantime, it seems only prudent to look into the recent activities of the other tribes, in case they too are flush with the Ishgardian crystals, and with that in mind, I suggest we pray Urianger another... Wait, where's Alize? She was here moments ago, with Gabu. I believe there might be over here. Yeah. Ah, let me guess. It's time to leave, isn't it? My apologies for appearing again. If it's any consolation, I have already packed my things. How is he? Brother, Commander Bluedine, something tells me you are not solely here out of concern of his welfare. But to answer your question, there has been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not even sure if he slept. If he did, it seemed none the better for it. He just shovels about with that same expression on his face. You will look after him, won't you, Commander? And treat him with every kindness? He's still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and despair, he's still fighting with all his heart. He deserves to be given that chance, until he comes back to us, until we know for certain what has become of him.
Aye, aye, you needn't worry. If he hadn't reached his neck to warn us and helped you secure the better part of the crystals, this could have turned out a damn sight worse than it did. We'll soon not forget that, and nor will Maelstrom Command.
I am so sorry, Gabu. I truly am. You should never have been made to... And I know I cannot possibly understand. Maybe there is something I can do or say. The pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. And when it hurts so much your heart feels fit to burst, let it burst. Let it burst and fill you again with your love for them. And never, ever forget.
Come along, little one.
I will remember them. And you, Alize. Thank you. Have faith, sister. The words have reached him. In time, he will recover. And those who orchestrated these events will be made to answer for their crimes. Huh? 1,000 times over, aye, there will be a reckoning. Now back to Waking Sands. Actually, let's go from here. Right through here. Now then, off to Waking Sands again and to see Urianger. Let's see, how long have I now streamed? 2 hours and 3 minutes. Okay. Going along smoothly. Vesper Bay, thank you. We can skip this. And back here. We have heard the glad tidings from Ogomoro, my friends. By the grace of the 12 and your most valiant efforts, the people of Limsa may rest easy. I should like to think so, yes. Though we failed to prevent the Lord of Crags from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening him, enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness could make matters worse. 'Twas by no means of unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice. Then let us speak of another matter, one which weigheth heavy on my lady's mind. As thou didst request, I sought out the Garoon oracles, that we might better understand the aims of the Warriors of Darkness. Though their copious use of allegory defieth any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture, one of worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked, reduced to ruin with every umbral calamity. 7 times have they succeeded. Then of 10 and 3, only 6 worlds remain. Aye, all is all my lady Minfilia spake unto thee. As from what becometh of these reflections, when they and the source are rejoined. Frail flesh undone in umbral fires, each soul sundereth to her call, to flow unto the endless sea, there to endure as one and none. Then if the Warriors of Darkness succeed, everyone in their world will die? In essence, aye. The verse speaketh of the renunciation of the flesh, and subsequent return of the life stream. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative, for if the first were to fall to transcendent light in the manner of the Warriors of Darkness described, it would give way unto a void wherein none may know either life nor death.
Far better to die, they reason, for in death there is life. The essence of a soul which returneth unto the source may be born anew, saved. Such at least is their belief, I surmise. If that is true, then, God, no one should ever have to make such a choice. Ere we speak further of this subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. It would seem that several sizable shipments of crystals had been delivered into the hands of certain Alamegan parties. Alamegans? Strange. And you believe this to be the work of the same Ishgardian smugglers who supply the bee stripes? I know beyond a shadow of a doubt. And lest thou wonder at their motive, I would remind you that the Asians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Ragal. The individuals who took receipt of these shipments are refugees, belonging to a group devoted to the cause of Alamegan liberation. It may also interest thee to know that their Ishgardian suppliers appear to be none other than the remnants of the Éline Royale's network of spies. Surely you jest, and yet it is not surprising. Bereft of leadership and hunted by the Alliance, I can well imagine such villains be desperate enough to conspire with the Asians, assuming they even know or care who their employees are. All of which is irrelevant. Forgive me. We must seek out the resistance group which received the crystals without delay. Leo, Alize, will you come with me to Little Alamigo? Yes, of course. I should like to hear what they have to say for themselves firsthand. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. Alphino, Alice, Leo, are you three listening? Good, I have tidings. The Temple Knights raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. A cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded confirmation that they were in the employ of, and I hope you're sitting down, a man in black robes. Then you have them? And the crystals too? But a few remained, yeah aye. Regrettably, it would seem they dispatched one final shipment in the hours before we struck. 'Twas bound for Little Alamigo, we are told, where it will be received by members of the local resistance group. Since Sir Emmerich's men no longer have need for my services, I have a mind to head that way. As do we, by happy coincidence. We learned of the shipments but a few moments ago. Ha! And there I was thinking I might finally be one step ahead of the Warrior of Light and his little helpers. Ah, wait a moment. There is more, and I defy you not to be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers was formerly in the employ of one Éline Royale, the infamous Ivy herself. Once again, Thangred, I fear I must inform you that... Thangred, with whom else have you shared this information? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact Y'shtola next, but is there someone else you would have me notify first? No, there isn't. What in the world has gone into her? It is twice now that we have sought Urianger's aid, and twice she has threatened him as if he were a stranger. The Archon was one of Grandfather's most dedicated pupils, and spent as much time at the Levieux estate as we did. He's practically a member of the family. Truth be told, I struggle to recall a day from my childhood when I did not see the three of them laughing together. If this continues, I may have to raise the matter,
Later, though. Little Alamigo waits. And now here comes the drinking game. Raise a glass every time they mention Alamigo. Still no sign of Thancred. I will get to the bottom of this. Oh, forgive me, It has been a long day. Did you have something to say? Oriange? Oh, I always struggle to understand what's going on in his head, now more than ever. Listen, Leo, if anything should happen, it should be me who... Just know that I am prepared to do what must be done. Right then, 2 more pressing matters. Since we have no idea when Thancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can gather in his absence. Let us pray that someone will be willing to speak with us about their resistance. So, to review. We are reliably informed that members of the Alamigan resistance operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of crystals, our task being to ascertain who and why. Given the size of the settlement, I find it hard to believe that anyone here could be wholly unaware of the resistance movements. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals who are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It would seem sensible to divide our forces. Leo, why don't you question the residents in the eastern half of town? Alice and I will do the same in the west, and afterwards we can rendezvous here to share our findings. Alright, let's speak with the people. Hey,
Resistance? Damn if I know. It's not as if they have be any use to him. If you set store by all these tales of secret weapons, good luck to you. I'm too old for the mask's bedtime stories. That is our lot, and it's time we got used to it.
Masks? I mean, the Asians wear masks, but I don't think they mention him.
Ah, let me guess. Time to join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. You're not the first to answer the Griffin's call. While he's lit a fire at every Alamigan's heart, he's also inspired more than a few Uldans to pledge themselves to the cause. And little wonder, the Guardians won't stop until we're all under their yoke.
The Griffin? That's a new name.
I see you there going around asking questions. Looking for the Griffin and his lot, I'll bet. Seems they're talking of little Alamigo these days. Folk wondering what he's about, what he's got in store for the Guardians, and what's under that mask of his, of course. Some say he's hardly got a face, what with all the scars. Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire, and that they send a bloody legion if they knew he was here. Your guess is good as mine.
Found anything? Well, that was easier than expected. There's not a soul here who isn't eager to talk about our masked friends.
I suppose I should ask what you learned, but I think I already know.
This Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly formed faction within the Resistance, the Masks. Yet despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them, only that they are the most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent memory. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of Alamiga liberation is unrivaled. We can't but hope their revolutionary fever is never challenged, channeled in the direction of a primal. Though I feel confident that this is the group which received the crystal shipments, we yet lack proof. Before I take any action, I would speak with the settlement's leader to confirm my suspicions, and mayhap enlist his help while I'm about it. Given that you and Gundobald are already acquainted, maybe it would be best if you took the lead, shall we? Yeah, it's been a while since we talked with him. Gundobald. To hear people speak of him, the Griffin sounds like a man in his middle years. But if that's the case, just what it's been playing at for the past 2 decades. If he's so devoted to the cause, why has he waited until now to do something about it? Unless, of course, he hasn't. That would be pleased me more than to be wrong about all of this.
Much as it pleased me to see you again, Leo, I cannot help but wonder if I should be worried. I hear you and yours have been asking questions. The Griffin? Aye, I know of him, as do we all. He and his masks have become a leading faction within the Resistance. Though there was suspicion at first given his secretive ways, he quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable commander. Men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe that he has what it takes to lead them to victory. Even I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished. But I have not forgotten Wilred. I was blind to the danger of his ambitions, and you were not. The Griffin will soon deliver a speech to our people at the sunken temple of Karn. Go and see him with your own eyes. Weigh his words with your own heart.
How convenient. 'Tis but a pity Thangrade's not here to join us. You two go ahead. I shall stay behind and wait for him. Whatever could be keeping him? If he's taking the scenic route, leaving us to do all the hard work, I shall treat him to a piece of my mind. Just don't kill him, please. We just got him back, so it would be bad if he was out of commission again. Oh, it seems we got the amount that shall not be made before we had the Stormblood expansion. Has it begun already? I hear voices coming from within.
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out, building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us. And they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamigan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Arbania once more!
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that.
True that.
Wait, is that...
Huh? Papa Lima and Ida!
What are you two doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that
Okay.
will win this battle, but strength of heart.
Well, this is a surprise. Where in the seven hells have you two been? Of all the places to meet, it has to be fate. Maybe it's my imagination, but you seem rather more rugged and world-weary than last we spoke. Yeah, we've seen a lot. Words cannot express how glad I am to see you both alive and well. And you, though it was pretty obvious you and Leah would be fine. The Crystal Braids never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were and disrupted by the better part of Eorzea. But if you truly believe that, forgive me, what exactly have you two been doing all this time? Repaying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Ul'dah, and we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance. That's right. They smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Alamigo, all at great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for a while. When we learned of the Scion's exordination, that Lorito has severed all ties with the Gristle Braves, and that General Rauban had been reinstated, we resolved to make contact. But having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me with little choice but to entrust a letter to a courier. I gather from your puzzled expressions, however, that you never received it. To be honest, we thought this might happen. While the masks are happy to let the refugees spread the word within the community, they're pretty strict about communicating with outsiders. Oh, and we also heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling with his affairs. The Griffin mistrusts the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? Curious. It is well known that we are no friends to Garlemald. What would think the man we saw besieging all and sundry to join his cause would welcome our support? Oh, I should say that the man you saw was not the Fat the Griffin, but an impersonator, and a talented rabble-rouser to boot. It would not surprise me if he were responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is an extremely cautious and distrusting man who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in a raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know what to make of it all. The secrecy, the impersonators, the masks. What? It's as if I'm making all you wear one, and mine only covers half of my face. It's completely different. Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the, For all the good it did. And now you have heard the whole of it. But tell me, what prompted you to take the interest in the Griffin? Summoning? You're not serious. I can't believe it. The Resistance would never even entertain such a ridiculous plan. But the Griffin, well, the man is an enigma. I cannot say with any confidence that he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The masks have made many such claims of late. I confess I assumed to be mere bluster, but in the context of a shipment of which you spoke, it is not impossible that they are alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together, and if anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. Indeed. That is, assuming you'll have us. Yay, we got Ida and Papalimo back. In retrospect, their tale is not so surprising. We have reason to believe that they had escaped with the aid of Alamigan refugees, after all. Still, Tataru will be delighted to hear we have been reunited. Once we attend to matters here, of course. Do you honestly think he's planning to liberate Alamigo with the help of a primal? I mean, could he really be that stupid? If, as you suspect, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal, we must needs obtain confirmation while there is yet time to act. To that end, I propose we question his double. Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he were one of the Griffin's closest associates. And while he may not be aware of the most sensitive details, he can probably tell us the mask's plans in broad strokes. Let the man whom he impersonates, however, he is wary of outsiders. He will not expose himself without a suitable incentive. My plan as follows. You and Alphino will pose as adventurers falling on hard times, inspired by his words to take up arms for a noble cause. Ida and I, as members of the Resistance, will recount the tales of your past achievements and testify as to your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With your enthusiastic assurance still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person, and we will arrange a meeting. You will need to look the part that we might maintain the charade, until we have him cornered at least. Here, this should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Tailbot, and to have him rub a respectable amount of dirt to them for good measure. Any questions? It all seems simple enough, thank you. And with that, Leo, let us be off. Tailbot, over there. Mount. My loyal steed. Well, don't look at me. You're the one with the sack of gil. You do have the sack of gil, don't you? You want to buy what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. Maybe this will convince you? A heavy leather pouch entrusted to you by Papalimo. Not all problems can be solved with a fistful of gil. For the rest, one needs to resort to a sack. Well, you're the ones with the gil, and see as you're friends of Papalimo. There. Tunic and slops for the both of you. Tailor and, treat it to your tastes. Off with you, before someone sees us together. Clothes maketh the man, as they say. Right then. I'll go and change, and see you at the spot Papalimo marked on our maps. Okay. Equip these. Why not two of them? Do this as well. Slops. Okay. I don't seem to have the slops. Oh wait. You mean these? Okay, oops. Oh, and I should hide the weapons. There you are. Well, look at us. A pair of down at the heel Heal adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should suffice. And now we play the waiting game.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you were planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
You've got to be joking! Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free!
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honourable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light?
I am.
Aye. I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave man can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago. On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
Quarry meal, he said. Do you remember? Forgive me, you cannot be expected to recall every name and face, and besides, it's not if it matters. I've long admired how you live in the present, how you focus on the problems at hand and always keep moving forward. So let us keep moving forward together, Leo. We must find and secure those crystals. This is no time for looking back. Right, before that, back to my old clothes. If we take the Griffin's double at his word, then the crystals are now somewhere within Zarak, and ready to be put to use by the Omolja. We must surprise Alize of all we've learned. I'll join you both in Little Alamigo after I've changed. Ah, Thangred. You're too. Ah, that's much better. Subterfuge was never my strong suit. You well prepared for battle then? Kept you waiting, huh? My apologies. Wish I could mimic a snake's voice. I could do that. Kept you waiting, huh? Now that Thancred has finally arrived, maybe you could share our latest findings? You mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Ida and Papalimo were here all along? Well, Ishtal will be relieved. And also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Omolja. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit even as we speak. We must make for Zarak without delay. Agreed. If there is naught else to discuss, let us depart at once. And so they go forth, in accordance with the Griffin's plan. The players gather to assume their marks on a stage breathing flame.
ere long the curtain shall rise, and the drama of which I am author, God forgive me, shall at last be performed. Naught else remaineth, save to stand at the ready and pray that the chance is seized. For never shall we know its like again.
Oh, hello. A fellow lion brother. All seems calm here. Is it possible that we've been deceived? You'd think there would be more obvious signs that something was afoot. But if anything, the place seems quieter than I remember it. I have a bad feeling about this. I confess, I expected a warmer greeting, but we must not jump to conclusions. Not until we have braved the Battle of Embers. We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you will make any final preparations, pray do so now. I shall await your signal. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. Okay, I'll take a quick break. Alright, time for a piss break. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, I'm back, and let's continue.
This isn't right. The Emulger would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Not willingly, no.
The saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
Well, sorry, we've been busy.
By the 12. Will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the Warrior of Light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life for one world. A fair exchange! Wouldn't you agree?
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Carbuncle! Defend me!
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
Alize!
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere. As Eorzea's blade of light once stood by my side, now I shall stand at his, and defend this realm with all my might!
Let's finish this.
Yes, let's.
You shall fall soon enough.
There's no escape!
Yikes. What's this? Let go of me! God damn it! I can't break free!
It ends now. What?
The chains!
Who? You?
You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Oriange!
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady. By thy leave.
Even odds, then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop! Understood.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them! Make ready! They come!
Let's go, boys. Give it to you. Here you go.
The ether! Oh, it's not enough!
Gotcha. You a little payback from Alizé. Here you go. Charge.
I can feel it. Just a little more.
Hurry it up, neighbour! I'll crush you!
Hey, unfair. Warriors don't have that abilities. None of those. Use some more. Hold him off. There you go.
'Tis done. With this blade, I banish the darkness.
No. Not like this.
Damn, Alize. That was cool.
Alize, are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
Damn straight.
We are far from finished.
What? Wanna go again?
Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt plains with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Wait! Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
At long last you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
To have known the depths of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis-Soix, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
Mine? Right.
What is this place?
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From two worlds do we gather, and from two worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Minfilia.
Blessed children of the First, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiark's will, so too must others carry out the will of Hydaelyn. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Hydaelyn had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength long sought. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
You would go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Hydaelyn's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
would seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servant of Hydaelyn. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
It is a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor. Thank you, Lemmy, for everything.
That was very heavy. We're back. Though things did not unfold as perhaps I meant to say, I truly believe that she... Forgive me. I shouldn't have spoken. It is not my place. Speak thy mind. I do not expect thy forgiveness. It would seem we are in the southern Thanalan again. Infilia's doing, no doubt. May the 12 speed her on her way, and the Warriors of Darkness too. I cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls. If they gave their lives in order to travel to the source, then returning to the first, would they not... But mayhap that was their wish. Forgive me. My thoughts were elsewhere, And this is why I know full well there is yet work to be done. The crystals. Leave them to me. I will go back into Zarak and secure them. The Umoja will still be in disarray after thrashing the Warriors of Darkness gave them. They're not like to notice a lone bard sulking about. But Thangri, you don't have to do this, I know. But I want to. I will see you at the Rising Stones. I should go and find Ida and Papalimo. They must have finished searching the mask's camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. You must be tired, Leo. I know I am. If thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of my independent pursuits? When I saw you meeting with that Warrior of Darkness and the Ascian in white at the Great Library. I try not to think the worst. You've never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even were your intentions pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny that a part of me feared you had simply betrayed us. Would that there be another way. Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these scenes will forever weigh heavy on my heart. I understand why you did what you did, that you but sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many will have courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I find that I cannot condone them. I'm sorry. Leo, forgive me, but I believe the events of the day have taken their toll on me. I should like to rest for a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I will gladly escort thee unto a refuge of thine own choosing. Once my lady hath regained her strength, we shall join thee at the Rising Stones. Until then, Warrior of Light. Everyone seemed to be at a little bit of an edge. Hey guys. I have yet to tell what happened in Zarak. I thought it best to do so together. Oh, there you are. We finished our search, in case you were wondering. Well met, Leo. Alphino said you would join us. 'Twould seem the Griffin's double was telling the truth, insofar as we found nothing resembling a sizable cache of crystals in the mask's camp. Did you perchance find one in Zarak? Actually, I don't believe it. The crystals, Nymphalia, all of it, it's just, I don't know what it is. I sympathize, Ida. Even now I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say is that with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. 'Twas bittersweet, but also affirming. Alphino, I believe it is past time Ida and I rejoin the Scions. We have been away for far too long. Though I am loath to leave the Griffin on its own devices, I feel our investigation would benefit from more dispassionate perspectives, and I hope that we might in turn offer our own opinions on the many challenges that you have faced in our absence. God, it's been absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. We should be glad to recount them, and the Taro's tales may well surprise you.
Ida? Ida! Ruggle be praised, it is you!
Huh?
Ida! Alive and standing here before me, in the flesh! I can hardly believe my eyes! Oh, come on, has it really been so long you don't remember me? It's Gundabald! I fought beside your father in the revolution! Do not think less of her, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways. But the resistance were always welcome in little Alamigo. They gave us hope, and young Ida most of all. Aye, Ida here was always full of fire, even the first to volunteer for a mission, until the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumors and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well, looking nearly a day older.
Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that and making you all worry. It's a long story, but you see, I got involved with my friends here, the Scions. Oh, sorry, we're still the Circle of Knowing back then. Right. Anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was all very secretive stuff at the time, and as you can see, I'm completely fine. I know we got a lot to talk about, and we will, but right now I've got to hurry back to the headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Pray forgive her. It's been a very long day for us all. I promise we will visit again at the first opportunity. Let us return to the Rising Stones.
Hell's take me for giving you that mask.
Another mystery? Even more secrets. Well, back to the Rising Stones. After a long while. The Rising Stones. Back at home. Hey boys. Many of our number are still out in the field, but we believe Ocher's party should be returning shortly.
Huzzah! Have you heard, Leo? Hida and Papalymo have returned! We have not had a chance to speak, but the mere sight of them was enough to raise our spirits. Huzzah!
Good to hear. There's Alphino. How about you? You don't need to say a word, Leo. I know. Wherever she wanders, no matter how far, she will always be with us. Okay.
Oh, May, what's up? When you think about it, we have accomplished quite a lot in recent days, have we not? Though there are of course some few regrets of missed opportunities. A pity we were unable to deal with Ilbert and the Braves once and for all, for example.
Right, Ilbert, he still lives. Somewhere. Welcome home, Leo. I trust your journey was uneventful. You will be pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals. It sent word a short while ago. Once he has delivered them safely into the Temple Knight's care, he will join us here, and we can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Y'shtola and Kryl, and briefed them of all that has occurred. I also requested that they return to the Rising Stones at their earliest convenience. Now that our lost friends have been found, it would seem me to discuss the future.
Back in the Solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbreeder.
Right.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
Aw, baby.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. 'Twould be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said,
This new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got him to keep us from bickering. But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I, for my part, shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
What now indeed? To strive for those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
Look at us. One big family. We are family. So then, before I speak with Alphino, I will start with these girls. Leave it to me, Leo. I'll make sure she's properly introduced to everyone. It's official then. Gods, I hope I don't regret this. Ida? Same as it ever was. It would seem that I'm a scion then. Some derive comfort for such titles, but I cannot say that I feel any different from before. Well, may have a twinge of pride. As agreed, we shall spend the coming moons conducting our own independent research. Should you have need of our services, however, you are of course welcome to seek us out. Tis passing strange to think that we may never see Lady Minfilia again. After witnessing so many of our missing comrades return to us, I dare to hope that she might one day do the same.
Oh, do not think I'll be bested so easily again. When my competition with Lady Ida has ended, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn shall crown a new champion of the squad.
Oh, you say the same thing? I suppose I should not be surprised, with everyone standing in a circle delivering grand proclamations about their future endeavors. She naturally felt obliged to make up on her own.
It may be argued that the great sundering of the source was an aberration, and the existence of the 10 and 3 reflections an offense to the natural order. That, most assuredly, is the Asians' belief. 'Twas in the hope of opening mine eyes to said revelation that they first came unto me. Imagine it sufficient to secure mine allegiance. Nor would they have been mistaken, were my heart a temple to truth alone, but as devoted follower of Master Louis Sua's teachings, and for the love I bear him and his, I hearkened not to their words.
I have Sir Emeric's assurance that the Temple Knights will henceforth keep a close eye on the Ishgardian crystal trade. Oh, and he extends his deepest apologies for your dinner having been cut short. Curious fellow, isn't he? You would never guess he was a politician. Right, we had our unfortunate dinner came to a halt.
When you think about it, we have accomplished quite a lot in recent days, have we not? Though there are of course some few regions of missed opportunities.
Yeah. Hello. Trouble in paradise, eh? I'm doing my best, Archer. I am. I just can't seem to clear my mind. I keep thinking about you, and your brother, and me.
All these little mistakes are beginning to add up, Einor. You must try harder to remain focused.
Seems Einor is having some feelings to both brothers. Now, Alphino, what's up?
Look at them, Leo. The signs of the 7th dawn. Now, look how far we've come. The people we've met, the moments we shared, the losses we suffered, the tragedies we overcome, all of it has made us who we are today. Where we go from here and what the future holds, only the 12 know. But I know we will find out together.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life,
My friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me. Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand.
Really? Well, if you insist. Here you go.
Thank you. I shall guard it well.
there is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others. The coming battle shall be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day.
True believers are so readily led.
I have given them everything they desired, all of which they have prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your pawns. Get what you wanted, then? what it's all worth in the end. There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to a survey of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting, and a void is no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. As for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do now present to you. Oh my god, the eyes of Nidhogg. The eyes of Nidhogg. Many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds, you have proven yourself the most deserving. A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair, in whose breast beats a heart with thirst for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield the eyes, for weal or for woe.
Meanwhile,
So I was here all along. Nero. Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much fun. Okay, what's next? I've been thinking, Leo. When time allows, we should go and pay a visit to Gabu while with Alize. But their time together was short. I know she felt a kinship with the young child.
I guess I just so caught up on thinking about, well, everything that I dozed off for a moment.
My word, Leo, I must confess that some considerable amazement at the great trials and tribulations you and the others have recently overcame. I must again apologize for our prolonged absence, and for the fact that we have yet to answer your many questions. As for Ida, well, all things in time, I suppose. Oh. Greetings from our FC. Must always say hello back. And there I was worried about how to brief Papolima on many momentous events which we have borne witness to in recent memory. Little did I know I need only to leave worry to it. So Alfino, all we know is got his mind made up. The Crystal Braves are no more. It's all over. Bam! You haven't got to go home, but you can stay here. But Rio, he's not having it. Won't even let old Alphys finish.
In that moment she departed this realm for the first. I heard her speak to me. I know this to be true, just as I know that she will one day return to us. In those my final moments, she was smiling, was she not? She was proud and hopeful, and looking to the future. So I will too, Leo. I will.
I told her everything that happened. She needed to know, and I thought it would be best if it came from me. It's strange to think back to the circumstances of our first meeting. We were all so very young, so foolish, so powerless. It is not as though I could not enjoy the company of so many motivated youths. However, without Isildur around, I cannot help but feel somewhat isolated. He got carried away with his training, lest you wonder, and injured his back. Alian has been looking after him ever since. Ouch. That must have hurt.
Oh, as he won't try to get rid of me at their first opportunity, don't you drag me into this mess. But I have precocious sibling too, and I'm sure she'd be happy to join us.
Believe me, I know all too well the burden that is precious sibling. We should trade tales over a drink sometime, or perhaps even with the four of us.
It's a bit It's a bit overwhelming, quite frankly, having spent so much time on the road often by myself. Yet I will try to approach this as a learning experience, as I did my travels. Had I not kept an open mind, after all, I doubt I would have been able to master the ethereal blade, nor would I have benefited from the rather pointed advice I received. There is no one path. There is no one path, as some are given to say, and there is wisdom in exploring every school of magic, as there is an exploration of all things. Mastering of all, learning of all magics, so I guess you are like, shall we say a red mage? Ah, Leo, just the hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet me at the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise.
Okay. Let's go there then.
Now, what does she want with me? I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments.
Why? What the?
Right, everyone. Ready to go to work? No squirming now. Oh, you might want to close your eyes.
What? Hey, hold on. Hey, hold on. Whoa, no touching there. Whoa, hey, ooh, that's my tail.
There, all finished. The Warrior of Light's every measurement, from heroic head to intrepid toe.
So, what's this all about? Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Leo. All in good time. Hehehe. Yeah, good. Aha! Found you! Alfino wants everyone in the Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it is about, but he seemed to think it was very important. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Urianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Well, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention.
Sure it wasn't.
As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our number step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede he might struggle to balance his new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
You know me too well.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
Well.
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Y'shtola! Please, you have to help her!
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Alright, use your OP white mage powers.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. Ah, but I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumour has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belthar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I shall depart for Limsa Lominsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emeric, and encourage him to send an envoy.
Right.
To Taru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end. The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louisoix himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied. And so, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
So the Griffin is now making his move. Like I said in I would say, hour ago, that take a drink every time they mention Alamigo. After conferring with Y'shtola, we decided to focus our attentions on the East Shroud. Someone needs to keep an eye on the border, not to mention the Sylphs. I hate leaving Nago like this, but I know Kryl and Tataru will take good care of her. Tataru and Clyde took the resistance fire to a more private chambers that she might recuperate in peace. The poor girl was in quite state, wasn't she?
I wonder what Isildur would have to say about our wounded visitor. His own injuries yet keep him in bed, and I miss savoring a cup of tea alongside his usual observations.
Mistress Kryl and Archon Y'shtola are truly exceptional healers, and it was an honor to witness their ministrations firsthand.
If only I could tend to my brother's battle hurts with such proficiency. I have much study yet ahead of me.
We have some training in the healing arts, so we shall take turns with Mistress Crowell in caring of her patient. Ocher in particular seems rather eager to learn from the experience.
Even when casting the same incantation, the mastery of each practitioner greatly affects the efficacy of the spell, a principle that was aptly demonstrated to our two young mages here.
We were all surprised by our sudden visitor, but Hori was able to gauge the situation at a glance. He realized that Mikote posed no immediate threat and permitted her to enter. But that didn't mean her wasn't alert for some manner of trap. Ah yes, Mehav the Elder is the finer man after all.
I believe she said her name was Monago. Her cause appeared to have been genuine, but I must confess to feeling no small degree of trepidation even as I stepped aside.
Well, you've done a nice job, Hori. Now, go to Ishgard and speak with Lucia. Teleportation, go! Hey, Lucia. Greetings, Warrior of Light. What brings you to Ishgard? I see. Wait here. I will summon Sir Emmerich.
It is good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Luciana informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent you some wine. But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will be of course sent to an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make. Not mine alone at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceedings. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? Go ahead. I thank you. Our representative, for whomever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Handelu that he is to lead in your absence.
Yes, Lord Commander.
Leo, pray accompany Lucia to the Gates of Judgment, and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Fury speed you on your way.
If you have no other business in the city, join me at the Gates of Judgment. We must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives.
Go there we must.
Morjesta. Hyvin menee. You are perhaps wondering who will represent Ishgard at the council. As this is a military matter, I should not be surprised if Sir Emeric nominated himself. He is yet Lord Commander of the Temple Knights after all. Yes, whom will be one we will escort? We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Not, I concede, that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make a decision alone, not with the ink scarce dry in the Republic School of Statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further by making you a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border. Now then, to Camp Dragonhead. How convenient. My ice horse at the icy place. I am glad that Sir Emeric's counterpart saw the wisdom of his coming. Few, if any, in Ishgard can claim to possess his expertise in both politics and warfare. The garrison commander waits within. Why not accompany me, Leo? You may see a familiar face. Familiar? Ah, look who it is. Leo, old boy? How wonderful to see you! And Sir Emeric too! To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures? I will have some mulled wine brought out from the kitchens at once, if you will excuse. Nay, do not trouble yourself, Anwa. We shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing to to Imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francel and the Observatorium. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm? You and me both, old boy. I trow I'll never feel worthy to sit where he sat. Yet we can but play the hand that we're dealt. With a little help from the veterans, and Anwa's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old boy. Off to Gritania with you. So, Emma Elaine is now their commander. Nice to know. And now to Gridania. The Black Shroud. And there. Let's see how far I've now recorded. 4 hours and 21 minutes. Nice. Here they are. It seems so peaceful. We would scarce believe that Belzer's Wall and wretched Alamigo lie but a few short miles away. Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am as enraptured by the Black Shroud's beauty now as when first I laid eyes upon it. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. It seems we have to escort to the Lotus Stand. A pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Yes, of course. 'Tis like that we are the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? And now a quick teleportation to the Conjurer's Guild. The envoy from Ishgard is arrived. Very good. This way you put... Ah, and Lumin's and party as well. Hello, Admiral and Yugiri. I had hoped to slip unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Emmerich. Admiral, always a pleasure. And Leo, I trust you are well? 'Tis a day of reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Master Leo, I was glad to hear from Riel that the missing scions have now been found. There is much and more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issues at hand, shall we?
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This Griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force, and the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honoured by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift. There is much to be done.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defences seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
That's a very good thing to think about, Alphino. That the Council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Ah, good you are yet to depart. I feared I missed you. Sir Emmerich! Master Alphino, a pleasure as always. And Mistress Alize, wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption, I hope to thank Leo for serving as our escort, before other duties called him away. I also wish to thank our Doman ally. Forgive me, my lord, but I was but awaiting the opportune moment to join the conversation, and force of habit made me keep to the shadows. No apologies are necessary, Mistress Yugiri. I was most grateful of your interjection while I offered Ishgard support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance pleas are as a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders are plainly unprepared for any impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Elder Seedseer to accept us both. I very much appreciate the gesture. I only did my duty, Sir Emmerich. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. And full glad we are to have you. Pray convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. You must return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong with simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? That is how we adults speak, dear sister. May I the ones who like the sounds of their own voice? In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to the Revenant's Toll, Yugiri? Actually, I think I shall first pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I am curious to know how Papalimo and Ida are faring their talks with the Sylphs. Not to mention what has been going on at the Belsar's Wall. I will join you at the Rising Stones anon. Well, back to Revenant's Toll. Bum bum doo 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 doo. Even now, I am astonished by how closely Mistress Alizair resembles Master Alphino. The very mannerisms are alike. From a distance I should be hard-pressed to tell one from the other. Until they open their mouths, of course. Yeah, but now they're more... luckily they are now more different. Especially with the clothes. Welcome back, Leo. I don't know about you, but I'm heartily glad that all of the talking is over. I understand that these council's meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak it? I doubt I will ever feel at home in the realm of politics. That said, people have been known to change, and if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. So what's next? Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will not be long. Back to the Rising Stones. The stones that are rising. Ah, you are returned from the council. Well, what of Alphino? Did some other matter require his attention? My apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Krell, how's Nago doing? She will be alright, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. The tower is keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I am certain she will make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, maybe you would share with us the Council's decision? Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Eorzean Alliance will soon have a significant force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial caught between the Resistance and the Alliance. Ida, you cannot seriously... One does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If only there were some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. It may not be entirely unfeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath the Belsar's wall, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo. which may equally serve as a way in? Precisely. If all in agreement, I will be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I am familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want, I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you will have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It's been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Kral and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you, Levius? I will return to the east route, and stand watch over the border. Should matters take turn for the worse, it would seem wise to be on hand. Might I prevail upon you to accompany me, Leo? Gridania will be safer for your presence, and while it not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask that you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on? To hold the fort, you mean? Very well, I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you. I suspect Tataru will have little trouble facilitating communication between our forces under normal circumstances, but I concede she has her hands full nursing that resistance fire back to health. No matter, my turn in the field will come. Okay, she says the same thing. About you guys? Yeah, same stuff. About you 4? I may perhaps have exaggerated my standing with the Resistance a little, but I'm confident that I have reasonable chance of putting stop to this madness before events spiral out of control. Yes, fair to middling at the very least. All I'm saying is that it won't be the worst thing if we ended up joining the Griffins' fight against the Empire. I mean, it's going to happen sooner or later, isn't it? My fellow shinobi require little encouragement to take their place amongst the Alliance forces massing in Gridania. They are most eager to cross blades with the armies of Garlemald once more. I am no ninja, but I did spend some few moons in the Sharlayan homeland, learning how to move unseen. Between Yugiria and my humble self, Ida and Papalima will be well protected. Nice. If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray attend to it now. I will depart to Hawthorne Hut without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view to Belsa's wall, and I should be interested to speak with the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves in its top. Back to Black Shroud and the Eastern Shroud. Hawthorne Hut. Hut. Ah, Leo, there you are. Come. Lamari's spire awaits. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments at the wall. Fancy meeting you two here. We're about to set forth. Indeed, I was about to say, 12 watch over for you, but I doubt you have need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into the enemy territory. Don't worry, Alphino. We'll have the griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Ida. Near a moment ago you seemed ready to shake the griffin by the hand rather than the neck. So, which it to be? 'Twould be best to decide before we enter into negotiations. Trust me, Papalimo. I'll shake whatever needs shaken. The talking part I leave to you. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? Some things never change. Well then, shall I make off with the spire? Our alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. Over there. So let's a little bit faster. Run, boy, run! Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you're here to speak with our commanding officers. You'll find me at the observatorium platform. Pray proceed. Greetings, my friends. 'Tis good to see you both well. Hey, Pippin. I was hoping you might turn up. I dragged half of the watch here. See and decide on of you might help them. Remind them why we bothered. If memory serves, I have not seen many of you since the day of the grand melee. Having borne the burn of your blouse, may I say what honor is to stand at your side. 'Tis heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? All has been quiet. Explosions. Now fire. Report! What? 7 hells. Fighting has been broken out at the top of the wall. A full-scale assault. So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has. What's it supposed to mean? The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colors. Impossible! We gave no such order. Of course! The wall has never the Griffin's target. It was bait! We have been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus laying wait to its deception. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be incorporately easy for the Griffin's supporters to slip into Alamigo. He could be incite a rebellion amongst the populace, which the Imperial reserves could be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Leo, we must make for the wall at once. Wait, just the two of you? Our companion has embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them in their fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may not may work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid the skirmishing, it may be possible to reach the Griffin, and if we can do that... Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the Scions to safety? Ha! I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare for Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm.
Forward, comrades! The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo, and force action upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost.
Well, this turned out to be worst. Turned for the worst, I mean. From what Papalilo told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. We have two objectives. I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straight ways for the tunnels, and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. I know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way, but the time of subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path to the Griffin. Make him see reason, by any means necessary. Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste, and if everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us away to safety. I pray that we have enough time. Baelzar's Wall, now accessible. Whew. Well then. But before that, we'll take that off. Baelzar's Wall. Marking the border between the Black Shroud and Girabonia, the legacy of Gaius von Baelzar is a towering monument to imperial tyranny. And now smoke rises from its iron crenellations. In a bid to drag the armies of Eorzea into the struggle for Alamigan liberation, the Griffin and his resistance fighters have disguised themselves in Grand Company uniforms and laid siege to Baelzar's Wall. While Alphino seeks to call your companions back from their now meaningless mission of diplomacy, you must ascend the war-torn fortification by the swiftest route possible, and persuade the Griffin by force, if necessary, to abandon his reckless ambition. Let's go. Let's go. Hadouken. Leg sweep. Let's head inside. Oh, another key. Let me in. Thank you. Huh. A Magitech armor. Looks somewhat familiar. Ouch. Gotcha. Huh. Belt. And fit for my size. Yep. Elevator segment. I'll take all of you down. Oh, a treasure coffer. Hey, I have a mound of you. Alright, who's next? Oh, an armor. 3 of them. Anybody else? Ah. Huh? You have more? Ugh, I hate needles. Alright, this way. You're familiar too. But from where I see you? Uppercut. Huh. Surprised that didn't finish you. Oof. Look at all this fire. Hopefully my guys are okay. Griffin lists. I have to take you down. griffin. I finally found you. Ilberd? I should have known. You're going down.
Yeah. Yeah. How'd you like these?
Sloppy.
Sloppy.
I'll tear you limb from limb. Yeah. Sloppy. For Alamigo! I have you now. Yeah. How'd you like these?
How about this?
Yeah!
Gotcha. You're finished, Ilberd.
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
Huh?
We did it! We showed the bastards!
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea. They die that others may live.
Vanguards! Attack!
Seven hells! Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
There's nowhere to run! We're cut off!
Gods help us! What were we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful. Mighty Rhalgr. Grant us the strength to crush our...
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Ilbird, I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leveilleur.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
Yeah, we know.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power.
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
More powerful than Bahamut?
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all! Ah!
Jesus.
This light, is it...
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days!
Ah, Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Tamati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalimo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave!
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go! The further away, the better!
No! If you're staying, then so am I!
No, Ida! There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here, not like this! Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
I trust you.
Hilda! I think he means now!
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
How many more must we lose? It has been explained to me that the light represents, and I have ordered our forces to stand ready. It seems we can do little else but wait. I understand only too well the desire to reclaim one's homeland, but I cannot condone such slaughter. Every Ishgardian gets taught that the Sea of Clouds churns in the grip of the warring elements of water and wind. Enough to tear you apart, they say. No one's ever gonna go to the bottom of the abyss and live to tell the tale. So how did that bastard manage to get his hands on Nidhogg's eyes? Papalymo knew what he was doing. I could not refuse him. Why? Why didn't they let me stay? Papalymo is my friend! I should have been there with him! You could see in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing. What had to be done? Master Louisoix wore that same look, right before the end. Do you think I don't know that? I know, alright. I know! There is nothing more you could have done. Ilbert caught us all off guard. Even Leo was powerless to stop him. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise me that you'll never forget that. Papalymo strove to protect, or the lessons he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Leave Ida with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. It's over, Papalymo. It's all over. Leave her be. Nothing you can say will console her now. Once again, I find myself at a loss of words. But Thancred is right. We must return to the Rising Stones and apprise our companions of all of this. Pray make your way there at once. I will send word to Ishtola and the others of our imminent return. So, that was the end of Papalimo. Seems to be that sacrifice was the magic word for this story. Why does everyone look so grim? Has something happened? Say something, for heaven's sake. Twould seeing you bring ill tidings, brother. Aye, behind the griffin's mask, we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilberd. I don't know how, but he had in possession of the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual, even as we looked on. By the 12. I don't understand. To attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's ether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort, as I'm certain Papalimo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of its master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilbert came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. In the depths of the sea of clouds, a perpetual swarm of water and wind aspected ether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions. Then maybe it was for the work of an Asian. But now is not the time to idle speculation. Krile, I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trap within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let's be about it then. What? Without so much to say, by your leave? Pray forgive Archon Y'shtola her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of the will to act. A desire to comfort Yida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I, too, must contend with this grievous loss of mine in my own way. By thy leave, Lady Alisaie, I shall honor our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exists writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light. Maybe I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Papalimo's sacrifice. Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilbert's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it. All I want to do is sweep. Right now we need to hold back the tears and do what must be done. My own grief is as crushing weight upon my heart, and when I think of what Ida must be feeling, Papalimo's sacrifice cannot be in vain. We will find the means to deal with this primal. Ah, Leo. I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged. Meaning we still have no idea how long it will be before... A communication from the Alliance. One moment. Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. My thanks. Word from Gridania. The Council will shortly be reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the primal, of course. As of Y'Shtela's last report, the cocoon yet hung above the wall, unchanged. Yes, but the other seats here doubtless shares our concerns about how long it will remain so. I am told that Sir Sig Garland has been called in to add his expertise to proceedings. A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well then, I suggest we leave the Rising Stones in Totaro's capable hands and make haste to a Lotus stand. Meanwhile... Hey. Who is you?
A word, if you would, good sir. This place. It is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay. Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes? You're in Eorzea?
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course, and set my jaw till I made port. Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Good God, man! Are you all right?
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Interesting fellow has arrived to Eorzea. Now then, back to Gridania. Teleport through here to Conjurer's Guild. And through you. Take me to your leader. Feel that it looks like me and have my twin kids.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice-damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Huh?
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
Nero. Long time no see.
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Who is this man?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Gallian Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartanau since the Allegans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry. Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I am graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame?
I mean,
Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allegans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartanau while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allegans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
Well, he can be a bit of an egoist, but he makes a convincing case.
He makes me grind my teeth is what he does. But I suppose we don't have much of a choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. 'Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Carteneau and take command of Omega. Cid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Carteneau being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
Damn.
My blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
So, what an interesting twist. We must now go and awaken Omega Weapon. Well, that was rather unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions. Not least among them how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place. She and the others are assembling at the airship landing. Alize is already on her way. It would not do to lag too far behind. Let us be off. To airship landing. Pew. Where is everyone? Good question. Cid? Leo, Alphino. Ready to go? The others have stepped out to the landing for a moment. Lest you wonder, Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. And you led him? Despite his very timely offer of assistance, the thought of that man poking about in the workings of the airship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alphino. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yugiri are... well, here they are now. Right. I think that's everyone. Shall I set course to Cartano? Oh, hold on. Might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon as we speak, and I would hear their latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh? I thought time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such time as you have finished procrastinating. Alright. While Alphenos speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordona, and we can reconvene at the Rising Stones. My apologies for the trouble. I shall visit Y'shtola and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I'm able. Leo, pray accompany Alisaie back to the Rising Stones. I should feel safer knowing you are present to entertain our guest. Right. Everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave. What manner of airship has no private cabins? Then again, I suppose Garland had to find somewhere to stow his half-baked inventions. I do not care for that man. Hold on. He will be away from him. Strange though it may seem, Nero's former loyalties do not trouble me, but I can see why people are loath to lower their guard around him. Quite a door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in the Toll's main square. Shall we adjourn to the Rising Stones then? Luckily for us, we can fly. Whoopa. Come on, door. Load up. Let me in. Let me in. Oh, I just watch him from afar. We must be careful, old friend. The walking weapons of Alec are expressly designed to subdue primals, but men like Gaius will always seek out to use them against mankind. It falls to us to ensure that Omega is never employed as a weapon of war. In their own hands, it would be bad. One was created to capture Bahamut, and the other to surpass him. Which will prove the stronger, I wonder? Fear not, I shall keep a close eye on our new ally. I know Nir is a guest here, but we don't exactly have the happiest history with the Empire, do we? So my question to you is, do I offer him tea? Maybe just give him water.
Ah, the determination upon their faces. There is nothing more blinding than youth burning with purpose.
Boulder and his companions left to continue reconnaissance on the Beast Tribes. They were adamant about shouldering what burdens they could while the senior Scions were occupied with this cocoon emergency.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Watch your mouth, boy.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
You tell him.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Good God, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu! Why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? You, Giddy? You draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
I like this guy.
Leo, wait. Could I speak to you for a moment? Do you remember when I had you meet me at the Diamond Forge and we, ambushed you? Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a traveling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished this stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Here. You can try it on right now if you like. Hold on a moment. Ooh. Fits perfectly. Aye. Look at me. Assuming we measure correctly, the fit should be just right. Snug but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So, how does it feel? I love it. You're not just saying that, are you? Oh, I can't tell how much this means to me. To have crafted something worthy for the Warrior of Light well, let's just say it makes all the practice worthwhile. I also sew in a blood pearl charm to you, you know? Bring you home, may it always protect you. Thank you. I should honor Tataru's wishes and equip it. Oh. Just a moment, guys. If this game could please load up a little bit faster. Thank you. So, glamour. What do you mean not here? Oh, for the love of... Then where can I quickly switch them up? Let's go to Ulda quickly. I want to apply to Tataru's wishes and keep using her newly made outfit for me. Which on the way I've made some minor adjustments. For example, switching the colors. Like so. Nice. And now quickly back to Mordona. 6 hours recorded. Nice. I think I'm about to break my own record. How dare you mock the science like that? If I ever had to sew a set of traveling clothes for him, I just might forget to take out the pins. Ooh. Nasty. Just the 2 unexpected guests, then. Still, I suspect that each will prove useful on his own way. Ah. Gosetsu.
My blade shall carve a path through the Empire's ranks as a scythe fells stalks of wheat.
Never did I think to hear Gosetsu's voice echo through these halls. Truly, I had no idea domens could be so loud. He and Yugiri could hardly be more different.
Oh, I think it's going to fit right in.
The Mark 14 Tremor Coil Boilmaster? Dear me, how reasonable must the previous 13 iterations have been. I could design a more efficient water heater in time it took the ill-conceived lump to become lukewarm. So we have to wake Omega up, alright? When do we start?
Ida, are you sure that's...
I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I'll feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well. I'll remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Alphino, maybe you could return to Gridania and assist Y'shtola and Kryl. A fine suggestion.
The rest of us will form the Cartano expedition party. Leo and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Leo, Ida, and our Domen friends take care of security. The Excelsior is by the lake just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone is ready.
I think I'm gonna play through this whole part 4 in this one session. If my gut feeling is correct, then this won't take too long now. Gosetsu is an accomplished swordsman. Should it come to battle, he will prove a staunch ally. But I could say the same for Nero.
Soon, Omega, soon. I will see you rise again. Will this contraption truly bear us through the skies?
Oh, first time flying? I was a bit lost for a while back there. I'll be fine, trust me.
Okay. We haven't far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Cartano before Gosetsu grazes the deck with his dinner. Once there, however, we had best be on our guard, given that Elin Royale was still active when Omega was discovered. We can be sure that the Empire has long been aware of its existence.
And if Nero deemed the obvious solution the threat posed by this new primal, it is not possible that Garlemald might do the same. Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. Something tells me we're flying into a fight.
Now, where was that? Ah! I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland. Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
Oh?
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
Samurai, huh? So then, let's dance.
It's all over now. An opening.
Tis my right to strike!
You watching, Papalymo? Leave this to me.
With soul and steel!
This one'll sting. No retreat. No surrender.
Look upon a samurai of Doma!
Surrender! We have you outnumbered.
Won't be the first time.
Are you still playing with these soldiers? I suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. Huh?
Aye. Magitech armor.
Behold, the Red Baron. Now end this nonsense. What the? No one told me they have Magitech armor. Forward for the Empire. The honorless cur thinks to abandon his men. I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray attend to the rest of his minions.
This one'll sting.
Leave this to me.
Oh. Leisure.
I have you.
It's all over now.
Leisure.
No retreat. No surrender.
Boom. 'Tis my right to strike.
You watching, Pabalimo?
An opening.
Mech battle.
Look upon a samurai of Dama.
Get away from Ida.
No holding back.
Your defense is lacking.
With soul and steel.
Leisure.
Gotcha.
This one'll sting.
Leave this to me.
I have you.
It's all over now.
No retreat. No surrender.
We shall never surrender. Whoa.
Tis my right to strike.
You watching, Pabalimo?
An opening.
Gotcha. You haven't seen the last of me. Mark my words.
That's right, run away.
Whooshy.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing?
Is there any other way?
I suppose not.
This will work.
All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
Wow. That was one of the amazing things I've ever seen.
Huh? Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
I'm not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. Now if the characters would... Oh, there we go. I came as soon as I heard the Excelsior had been spotted on its approach. One moment everything was functioning perfectly and then next it wasn't. Makes no sense. We need to see what happened for ourselves and soon. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurling towards the cocoon, everything dissolves into chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Ida, wait! We must first... The other Seed here is expecting us. Worry not, Alphino. Kosetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. My thanks, Yugiri. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the Lotus Stand. All they are eager to hear your testimony. Right then. Back to the Conjurers Guild. Teleport there. Jesus, look at all these people. No wonder it took time for it to load up. Hey guys, we're back. Another calamity averted, huh? How many times have you and yours hauled us back from the brink? Too many to count.
It would seem Garland's little friend has a good at his word.
And I instructed you to throw Nidhogg's accursed eyes into the abyss. All this might have been avoided. I thought them beyond reach. Hey, it's not your fault. My friends, for eagerly we awaited your return. Few indeed could have discharged their duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done.
You are too kind, Elder Seedseer. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try. But tell me, how did the battle unfold?
We succeeded in waking Omega, aye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed. What words could do justice to such a scene? Not of my choosing, that much is certain, but I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from the midst arose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Girabania.
The Primal's might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows, and it wielded such magics that I have never seen, and I hope never to see again. The battle raged on with no end in sight, until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamegan soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eye it seemed that each landed a fatal blow upon the other.
While most among us could think only of Bahamut while looking into the Primal's form, the Domans we heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear it being resembled a creature of Far Eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to refer to it as such. This Shinryu's fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have alas no eyes on Girabania's side to the border.
Aye, which is why we have sent our main force, under the command of Marshal Terrapin, to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridanian's border, and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men when the council is adjourned.
Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincidence with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega's stasis system, so even if it has fallen into the Empire's lap, it will be of no use to them, save perhaps as a statue. Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they manage at all. Such a reassurance do much to claim our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one over several concerns.
Indeed. I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representative in Girabania. Though Ilber has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance, given the inevitability of Imperial retaliation, and by working in concert, it is not impossible that Alamigo might finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp.
When the primal emerged, I was for an instant transported back to Cartano. For the moment the black worm made an eighth hell of the battlefield. Gladly would I live out the rest of my days without seeing such a sight again.
I go to oversee operations at Belsar's Wall. You have done your part. Leave us to handle the initial Imperial reprisal, and rest while you may.
Pray accept my humblest and most earnest thanks once again, Warrior of Light. Had Shinryu been suffered to roam free, the 12th would surely been laid waste.
This operation to take the wall will be Ishgard's first military action under Alliance banners. Though I have no appetite for bloodshed, a part of me is glad that chance to begin preparations for our passing action. If, as seems likely, we put Omega into stasis after, what do they call it? Ah yes, after Shinryu was defeated. We should have little to fear from either one of them. I should very much like to see this Shinryu creature for myself. He must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest that we retire directly to the Rising Stones. But I wonder if we might first make a small detour? Ishtola and the others have gathered the Amarisek spire, and I imagine that you too would be interested to see what has become of the wall now the cocoon is gone. It is decided then. Lead on. I think I'll be switching this jacket's color the next time I'm streaming. Because although this is a very nice color, but not the one I'm really seeking. I think it would be like maybe black or white or red. And maybe switch the pants. Maybe. Very epic music for conversations. Only the curse of Galimod will sully such a beauty with that black iron monstrosity. Those animals respect nothing and no one.
Ira is there, atop the spire. She has done naught but gaze silently at the wall for some time now. Authentic 12. After witnessing Omega's single-minded onslaught, I had visions of you being trapped between it and its target. Hardly the most rational concern I could see, but if you had seen what I saw. No trace of the cocoon remains, just as if it never existed.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilbert's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberdal but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by a mega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Allag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She is up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhap she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Huh?
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask.
What?
20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too. And I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louisoix. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them.
So, who are you? What's your real name? But why do you never tell me?
I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise.
Lise?
When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Ala Mhigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
It was brave for Lise to remove her mask after so long. Though she has scarce begun to come to terms with Papalimo's loss, that one act made plain her determination to move forward. And should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her, on this road she has resolved to walk. Let us return to our writing stones. We have quite a story to tell, Tataru and my sister. So that's it. That's the full story of Heavensward. Six hours and 50 minutes. A new record. But a story that I'm very glad that I was able to do. No wonder so many people say that this expansion is one of the best. And I agree. The story is very touching. The consequences of the actions are really nicely told. Like that. Now the whole Dragon Song war has ended. How should I say it? Now that the Dragon Song war ended, we now that we now saw the aftermath of it. Like, people won't immediately forgive and forget the whole ordeal. Like, there's still people out there who won't ever forgive dragons. But, like as they say, there won't be peace if we can never forget, but still we must move on for it to finally end. And now we also managed to gather our Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Well, now one of them are now lost. And now that was also the precursor to our next expansion that I will cover next time I stream, and that will be Stormblood, where we'll now liberate the whole far eastern lands. That whole Alamigo will be free once again from the Empire. Man, what a monster Ilbert managed to create. Shinryu. And that we had to activate Omega Weapon for even stop it. It's pretty amazing. And of course the fight was pretty cool. We'll see if I'll start the stream tomorrow evening, depending on him, if I'm on the mood to stream. Oh yeah, and that reveal that Ida was actually Lise. That the original Ida died long ago, and her sister took her name. Of course, this theme song was very beautiful, but now we must skip. If there are any left story, yeah. You should have seen the look on Totaro's face when I recounted Lisa's... I realized in retrospect that I should perhaps have waited for you to return. I, also told Alize. Apologies. It's okay. Lady Flamin? I sent her outside to enjoy a quiet cup of tea. Much has happened these past moons, and we all can use the rest every now and again. Aha! They're having a squad competition. Though it might be simpler to surrender to despair, I've chosen to resume my studies in the arcane. I received much wisdom from Papalymo, and I would put this advice into practice. My sister has the most curious ideas about courtship. A fine showing, brother, but yet you outpace Einor. I made a fool of myself on our last mission, but I will show him what I'm made of. Come now, Hori. Is that the best you got?
Should the Archons be called away to Kiribania, I will fall through us to deal with the science's usual obligations, and thus we must remain in peak condition.
Oh, there are the rest of them. Hey, Rio. You came back.
Things are heating up in Alamigo, but we can't afford to lose track of the trouble what might be brewing in the rest of the realm. Don't you worry though, I'll be keeping an ear to the ground, be nose in the air, and one eye on the horizon.
Did you know about Lise? I had no idea. Wally met after the calamity, and her sister must already been, well, you know. Oh, Isildur's back.
Back in the Far East, we treat back pain with long soak in a hot spring. What say you on a short journey, Isildur? I'm told the waters of Camp Brown's Lake are famous for their healing properties. At last, I was able to rise from my sick bed, but the pain when I tried to take up my axe. Ugh, what a sad old man I have become.
He may have mentioned, but Alfino has apprised of me all that came to pass in Gridania. Your only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the storm. Lise has chosen her path, and as her friends, we must do what we can to support that choice. We are fated to join the conflict in any case. Once the Alliance have taken the wall and opened the way to Kiribania, we will have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom, but indolence, correct? I for one look forward to by joining hands with Alamegans, and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire. That's a rather suspect to do. Suspect to you. Right. Meanwhile...
Quick, march! The Imperials will soon come to their senses, and we must be ready to face their retribution.
It's almost time, Father.
Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pippin.
I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe will dislodge me.
Very well, little bird. I'll take our homeland back. For the both of us. Meanwhile, in the Fortress of Evil... My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Belsar's wall has fallen to the Eorzean Alliance. The Alpha Omega and the unknown icon continues, though both yet elude us. My lord, the battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces from the search to undertake necessary reconstruction work? Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend. Your work will be done.
Unknown? Unknown? My spies tell me the Domans call it Shinryu, and I proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting.
At the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look at eastern skies, behold the crimson hue, a dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood. And there we go. Part 4 completed. Well then, this was a long journey, but I'm glad to be finally done. Now then, the next time we meet will be the beginning of the second expansion, Stormblood. Be there to see it when Leo Platinum will liberate the Alamigo and head to the far east. Thank you all for watching. We'll see you next time.